Alright everyone, hello, greetings, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and still trying to write a tweet to say that I'm out and actually here. Hi. Hi. I am just doing a little bit of battle, getting my ducks in a row, as it were. Just one moment. Ah! It's Manta! Hello, good afternoon today. Is it alright if I ask why you're streaming on the weekend? Are you trying to catch up on work? Nice change on the waiting screen. Yes. I decided to do a Sunday night stream last night because I felt like I was missing out on the weekend time slot when people generally are available to watch a stream. And from Sunday into Monday is going back into my biphasal sleep cycle anyway. So I can afford to be up a little bit later than I can on a Friday or a Saturday, where I need to the following day wake up early for things that I need to attend and tend to. So Sunday night is a slot available, mostly. So I decided, you know what, I'm going to utilize that. Because why? You got to use what's available to you. Nice change to the waiting screen. Hey, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I worked for about 10 hours on that thing, and I'm really proud of how it came together in the end. Lots of new characters snuck their way in there. Not very sneakily, but they did, in fact, sneak their way in. So, yay. Is that Biden? Hello, welcome in. Does that mean you'll be streaming on Sundays more often? Yes, I will. It won't be every Sunday, because sometimes there might be things that are going to require my attention on the evening. Family get-togethers and so on. Which is why, until further notice, they are going to be strictly guerrilla in terms of scheduling. But yes, that's where we're at. And did my internet just do the blump? Yes, it did. Internet is doing the blump. Joshua! Hello. Welcome in. Encoding overloaded. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly finish sending out the message to say, oops, I'm actually live now. One moment, please. I know it's just one word, but the last 3 minutes kind of ran away with me. Getting my ducks in order on things. Oof. Stream died as soon as I arrived. Thank you for the hydrate, though. Yes. Yeah, that was an internet blip. Unfortunately. But we should be back. Hopefully, right? We're back, right? Oh, okay. Let me just hit this button. And over here. Post. Okay. The two places where I need to tell that I am live, I've told that I am live. Okay. We're here. We're back. We can focus-ish. Sort of. Yeah. Okay. You seem to be back. That, or I need more sleep than I thought. Oh dear. Stale Toaster, hello. Welcome in. So Toaster here is our commissioner for today, and I am just quickly still opening up the canvas for that. We're tripping hard and just believing she never even started streaming. Yes, now you are watching a hallucination. You are staring at pixels and hallucinating. No, you're not. You're not hallucinating. I am surprisingly here. Wait, I am? Yes, you are in fact the commissioner this day. You are in fact the person who has purchased the commission. That makes you the commissioner. The person who has received the commission and needs to do the work is the commissionee, which would be me. And somehow that rhymes. That was not planned. Oh, but welcome in, everyone. And it's a pleasure to have you here. So, I'm just quickly still opening up the canvas. My computer is just being a little bit tardy on me. There we go. Yeah, I'm running a little bit late tonight because I was on food duty today. And yeah, so I didn't get a chance to set up my software and such before cooking. I didn't know she was a rapper. She got better flow than most of these clowns nowadays. No, I have never actually rapped before in my life. I also do not consider myself well versed, pardon the pun, in poetry either. I'm not well read on that front either, and that's like everything comes from poetry, really. And we've got dropped frames happening again. Okay, let me just ask them to reboot the internet. Let me just ask them to reboot the internet. Please reboot the modem. Internet is buggy tonight. Teary face. There we go. Ah, yes, the commission. I commissioned you as the commissioner to commission the commissionee, and yes, that commission. Yes. Ha ha ha. I'll be lurking about, but I hope the work goes well. Thank you! Thank you, Joshua. Greatly appreciated. The lurks are always welcome. To everyone who is new here. Wait. There's still a hydrate that was redeemed that I still need to take. Well, okay. So everyone, courtesy of Bacon on Egg, thank you, Bacon on Egg, we are going to just grab our hydrates, and everyone, obtain your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. There we go. Why? Because I'm not the only one who needs to stay healthy and hydrated, especially when we usually have long streams. That being said, tonight's stream is going to be a little bit shorter than usual because we are going to do the 3 timed sketches for Toaster, and then I am going to in-stream early and open up Blender because I can't do 3D work on Napkuchenops's room interior and stream at the same time, because running a VTuber and also Blender running cycles and all of that, my machine does not have the gumption for it. So in order for that to happen, I need to very much in stream in order to finish my commission on time to actually deliver it. So tonight is going to be a little bit short on that front, so we're going to do our 3 timed commissions, maybe yap a little bit, and then I need to actually in stream so that I can finish the other commission. We did manage to get a large portion of the way, so from here on it's mostly doing just a couple of bespoke props to scatter in the last couple of places. And I will be posting the work in progresses on that on my socials afterwards. So you'll find it on both X and on Blue Sky, on X, Twitter, and Blue Sky. You will find that work in progress updates there later. But for tonight, I've got to actually just in stream and cry. The computer POV on fire, yes, indeed. it is indeed not liking me doing all of the things on the same graphics processor, because there is only one. So I need to just manage my hardware so that I don't kill it entirely before I can afford to replace the one thing that is on end of life. So if you have not been on socials today yet, you may not have yet seen that I have actually posted the information for the donathon that is going to be starting on the 11th of August. So that is now a thing that is officially happening on 11th of August. We're starting the donathon. It will be normal streaming times, normal streaming days. Finberry Floss, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome. Hello. Hope you're doing well. So yes, it'll be normal streaming times, normal streaming days, usual streaming durations of approximately between 3 and 6 hours. Usually, I can't say anything about collaborations at the moment because I apparently struggle a little bit with organizing collaborations. Well, anyway, excited for your donathon. Thank you! Yes, I am excited for it as well. I put a lot of thought into what our actual goals would be because I wanted them to be things that would not cut into the goal funding and would also be entertaining and fun for you guys to actually look forward to on the channel. So I did put quite a bit of thought into those, and I do hope that you will enjoy those as well. So that will be starting off on the 11th of August. That is going to be our first donathon day. Struggle with collaboration? Honestly, the same. Yeah, I don't actually have problems when I'm actually in one. It's just I apparently can't get another person in the room with me at the same time. Getting people in the same space at the same time is not one of my strengths. Historical fact. It's really not one of my strengths. So, yeah. I'm probably going to be mostly soloing this donathon. Mostly, asterisk. We'll see if I can get a couple of collabs in, but I'm not going to hold my breath about it. Collabing is hard. They're intimidated by your muscles. I do have nice arms. I do have nice arms and nice shoulders. I'm rather fond of my arms and shoulders and collarbones. I gotta admit that is some of my favorite parts. But that's besides the point. That's besides the point. Anyway, we are going to be migrating soon to the actual main screen. I just want to go through one last time, very quickly, our schedule for this week. Also pretty much the same as usual, mostly art streams. Considering that I have basically got 2 days worth of sketches to do, with the 15-minute timed sketches, there is a very, very, very good chance that on Wednesday, rather than doing a commission arting, we might be doing another Globy, Webtoon-esque illustration. We very, very, very well may be ending up doing something along those lines again. According to the poll that I'm currently running on X Twitter, it looks like the next person in our queue that we're gonna draw for that may well be Kohaku, the Paladin. There's still a day left to vote on that, so if you haven't yet, check out the Globy Lads, see who interests you, and vote which person you'd like to see me webtoonify, or action webtoonify, in the next illustration, because I really want to do more of those. That was fun yesterday. It was really fun. So yes, unless new stuff gets confirmed in the queue between now and then, Wednesday, we're probably going to be doing another Globy illustration. And then on Thursday, we are going to be doing either the new art challenge that Wilhelm van der Bos, who we drew yesterday, released yesterday. Crazy how that all works out, isn't it? We're either going to be working on that on Thursday, or we will figure something out. I actually have a couple of ideas in the queue for something that I do want to work on as well. So there's a rig that I've been kind of procrastinating on, a little bit of a live 2D rig that I've been procrastinating on. I've got a model that I can practice on that was provided to me by Heotio to practice some male model rigging. So I want to continue work on that. I checked it out a little bit earlier in the day, and it looks like I have done preliminary work on the head turns and preliminary work on the eye blinking, but there's still quite a bit to do on that. So I do want to have a couple more examples of live 2D rigs in my portfolio, and that one is in process and present, so I can work on that a little bit. And it's also actually the first model that I'm rigging that is not drawn by me as well, which is also an interesting change of pace. So I'm looking forward to working on that. I think maybe, yeah. I think I'll maybe save the new art challenge for sometime in the upcoming weeks, in the Donathon weeks, and do some rigging on that on Thursday. I think that's what I'm going to do. Got to keep us all on our toes, right? I mean, we are in fact here for creative chaos. We are here for creative chaos. It would be completely senseless if I'm doing very predictable, same thing, same kind of, oh it's drawing again, oh it's 3D modeling, oh it's live 2D, oh it's animating. Yeah, we got to keep it. We can't have it predictable. We can't have it predictable, can we? Yeah, no. I just like having a lot of different tasks in the queue, because that way I don't get burnt out by any particular one type. Having multiples of exactly the same thing all the time, it can get a little bit exhausting creatively. So having a bunch of very, very different things, it really helps to tone down the burnout. And keep things fresh and interesting, and let the brain feel rested, even though it's technically not. But anyway, all of that aside, let us dive right into the thing. So, to here, let me just make sure that I've got my references expanded. I just want to see. Almond Pictorial Day is important. Get stonk here. It is, indeed, it is indeed. We don't like burnout here. We like making happy brain chemicals. We do indeed like happy brain chemicals. Okay. So, what I'm gonna do, these references are quite broad. I'm not gonna actually be able to see everything that I need to see fit on this window. So, I'm just gonna drag them back into here. I had them in a different window. I'm just going to drag them back all together here so that I can see reductions on things a little bit more clearly. Okay. Drop that one down. Just keeping my interface all in a place where I can see what's going on. There we go. And I will probably zoom in on that and change it around as needed. Okay, So let me just hit the save button here, hit the save as button. This is going to be in my commissions folder. Like I said, I was a little running late on this. Usually I would have tried to have everything saved and ready before I hit the go live button, but I was running a little bit late. Copy the name on that folder and paste. There we go. And there's just one last thing I want to check. Rename this file here. Okay. Okay. I will. I'll open that at the end. You good? It happens? Yeah. Yeah. Can't dwell in it too much, I don't think. Alright. So, let me actually just have another look at this quickly, because I do not actually think that I absorbed this design altogether as needed before getting going. Alright. Fluffy jacket, scarf, interesting tactical vest. Okay. Check it without the jacket. Is that still tactical vest information? It looks like it might be. Looks like it might be. Okay, and that is hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Coffee! Please do not try to kill me, please and thank you. Alright. Let's see. So, today we're doing 15-minute time sketches again. So, we have got direction for one of them, and the other two are pretty much at my discretion. So we'll probably start with the directed one, and then as the sort of figure it out sketch, and then try and come up with two more interesting postures thereafter. Why the abs window? It's very important to the character's lore, I swear. You know, I did not question the abs window, but okay. Like, there must be a reason why there is a tactical vest that has not got anything under the armor. Probably. You never know, there might be some biological reason. Goodness alone knows there are so many characters out there that look human but are so very much not human. Says the person who literally just blinked with nictitating eyelids. Anyway. That was... You could not have timed that better. Oh, wow. Okay. So, let's go. I just want to check hairstyle a little bit better. Yes, totally. Not just for the fanciers. No. Of course it's not just for the fanciers. Please. Who would ever think that? Who would ever think that? Honestly. Yeah, no, we're not gonna question, don't worry. It didn't break my acceptable commissions policy, so I do not mind. Okay. So, we said the one with direction requested slightly smug look, if I'm not mistaken. Open it up and read again, just to make 100% sure that I'm not being stupid, because that is not entirely impossible. One of the 3 images can have a smug smile. Okay. Smug smile. Smug. How... On a scale from 1 to smug, how much smug are we gonna smug here? Okay. Okay. Let me just check here again. What have we got? Interesting weapons choices, okay. I'm just making sure that I've got all of my information before I start my timer so that I can mess up as little as physically possible. Kaguya from Love is War levels of smug? Okay, so 11. On a scale from 1 to 10, we're talking 11. Okay. Right. There is one reference that I don't have open yet. Wait, open. There is one reference I don't yet have open. Is this model art? Or just illustration? It looks like it's straight illustration. It doesn't look like model art. Axe. Interesting. Okay, so because we've got stylistic differences here, like major stylistic differences. Okay, which age bracket are we generally looking at? Are we looking at a lower 20s or upper 20s age bracket? Because this is definitely sub 30s. Because that definitely changes the way that I'm going to actually do the sketch. Because proportionality changes ever so slightly. And with the stylistic differences, it's tricky to tell. Let me just go over here. Is there any additional information that I'm missing? Is there a character profile page? There is not a character profile page on begone. Okay. Okay. Late 20s, early 30s. Okay, so it's slightly more mature facial structure. Gotcha. Okay. So we'll use that for hairstyle reference more than for facial construction. Noted. With that said, let us dive right in. And there's our timer on top of the reference. Okay. No, there isn't. I'm sorry. Character lore still in noise. No, it's okay. It's good. The character profiles in VGen are usually living documents anyway. They're not altogether static. Like, I've got a couple of characters in my portfolio over there. And like half of them, they're still missing so much information. In terms of their lore, specifically. But if I've got a reference image or anything that I do know, I throw it in there in anticipation, but it's not static information. What does help with the character profiles there is that it's really easy to share information and know where to find it all. Like, I know there are platforms out in the world which are designed for hosting original character information and so on, but I've never known where to even start looking for those. So actually having it on the commissions platform is really, really useful to me. And it's probably one of the best underutilized tools that is actually presently available on begone. Like, I still think that so many people don't actually realize that the tool is there. So much less that you have to type every single time you want to commission someone. And it's got a reference of all of your hex codes, so finding your colors is amazingly easy if you need to quickly copy a color for like branding or what have you. It gets so much easier. Like the number of times I've been working in OBS or whatever, and it's like, what's the hex code for my dark green again? I can't remember this hex code, and then I just go and just copy it out of my begone profile. It's like, okay, crisis averted. Okay, good to know. I do need to speak with my peeps for more lore. I only established lore is that my character is a hero, so then when everyone else is in jail, I can become the best criminal. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, that is a twist. That is a twist. Time check, 11 minutes. Hex codes for the character colors in the description. I got it. No, like there's actually a swatch page where you just type them in and you can describe what each color is for, and you literally just click on a color disc and it copies it to your clipboard immediately. It's so fast and useful. Oh my word. Like that alone is probably one of the most useful features. That I have personally seen. There we go. That's looking a little bit more like it. Yeah, I think it was a couple of weeks or months ago. I can't remember. My sense of time is skewed on the best of days. I actually made a whole thread about begone's character profile tool over on X. I actually still need to copy that across to Blue Sky as well, now that I think about it. Time check, 8 minutes. Shorter. After stream, I'll probably go hunting it down and repost it again. Time check, 6 minutes. Not happy with this either. That's better. Little tweaks, little tweaks. Okay, now we've got a really big muffler. And it looks like something along these lines. Something like that. Okay, we're on 3 minutes. I need to start doing my colorfuls. Or my value falls, rather. The wrap neck scarf. Honestly, I love it. Its purpose to keep my neck from getting sunburned in the heat or to keep my neck warm in the cold. Yeah, it's a really good utility item. Wholly underrated out in the world. Okay. Add a layer, pull it down, grab this. Let's go. That looks like it's gonna get. Let's go 75. Okay. You're not exactly a pale chap. Actually, let's dial this up to 85. Lock. There you go. And then 50. Right, it's so good and fashionable. Yeah. Like, a good scarf is worth its weight. And in a pinch, it can also get used as a weapon. So, yeah, it's a good utility item. Or a tourniquet. The list keeps growing. "50 seconds. Ah! I need to move the reference so that you can actually see the timer a little bit more clearly on the screen, because currently you can't see it very well. Either that or I need to make a little block that I can put my timers on top of, so that you can actually see them. Time's up. Okay, we are going to put on 5 minutes of overtime to just do a little bit of polish, because we have got some scope for it. Undo, 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 undo. This layer. And let's go 75. And expand by 1 and airbrush. There we go. Okay, and that only took 1 minute of overtime. Okay, there we go. First sketch sorted. First sketch sorted. How are you feeling about it, Toaster? There we go, there we go. I only have to say one thing. Mm-hmm. Ah, the little kissy emote. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. Well, I'm glad you like it. I am glad you like it. That was a good warm-up. That was a good warm-up. Woo! That was a good warm-up. Ah, ah. Sorry, neck is creaking like an old ship. One moment, please. Eek! Just stretching momentarily. There we go, that's a bit better. Okay. Phew. I slept kind of weird, so my neck is a little bit stiffer than usual today. You look so cool. I'm so glad. I am so glad. I'm actually also really happy with how this one turned out. I'm also really happy with this one. What I can say is that it's really nice to work with a design that's actually got a element to it that makes it easy to just do basically a portrait and be able to cut off around the bust without it looking strange. The scarf element and this interesting gradient piece of fabric where the military badge is attached to. It does give a nice, easy line to work with, so that was really nice. Not a lot of characters have that anymore. And the smugness. Oh. So happy that there's a without hat in the scarf. Yes. Yes. Like, the hat is cool. The hat is cool. But there needed to be one without it. Like, you gotta have some variety. I will bring back scarves and designs. Yes. Yes. Scarves are fun. Scarves are fun. Alright. I have a distinct feeling that in a few minutes we're gonna have another hydrate, which will inevitably happen while I'm in the middle of having a timer go off. So I'm going to hydrate now in anticipation of the next one, which is going to happen right in the middle of the next sketch. Coffee. My old friend. While the hat is awesome, I'm fully understanding of not drawing it, especially for this type of commission. Yeah. But I think for this particular one, with the smug, the hat would have maybe gotten a little bit in the way. Thank you for the hydrate, Toaster. Thank you. So everyone, courtesy of Toaster, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. My coffee is almost cold, so I'm just going to get rid of it in one go. Because otherwise I'm going to forget about it and it'll be iced coffee by the time the next hydrate goes off. Because I'm in the southern hemisphere and we're in wintertime, so things get cold fast. Okay. I knew something was red. I knew something was red. There we go. Put those on. Put those on. Okay. So, are we ready for number next? Are we ready for number next? I think I am ready for number next. The coffee is gone. Sad. A moment of silence for the coffee. Okay, we continue. So, number next. Here, we have a couple of options to play with because we've got weapons, we've got props. Number next. I am using that. Yeah, I mean, it's so easy because losing count is such a massive thing. Especially when you're dyslexic. Or forgetful like I am. I am a forgetful burb. That is my deal, legitimately. So for me, number next is like the easiest way of keeping count. Like I don't know how many things are in my to-do list, but I know that I'm moving on from the one I was just working on to the next one, so therefore it is number next. It makes it fun. It makes it fun. I don't know where I picked that up from, or if I might have accidentally coined it. I don't know. But I've been using it for ages. So yeah, fun times. If you decide to add in weapons, I would choose the revolver. You know what? I just got the idea for the next one. I just got the idea. Buffering. And there goes the hydrate reading. There goes the hydrate reminder. So, once again, everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage. The coffee is gone, so now we're on water. Okay. I have the idea, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move these all. I'm going to just switch these over. There we go. So now my timer should appear over there where it'll be a little bit more visible. There we go. And I just want to see. Okay, got the plan. I've got the plan. Start. Scale down so that I've got actual space. Cancel. Okay. And I'll clean up the anatomy in a second of just getting okay, but that's that I've got a cleaner reference here. Okay, that works, that works. Get rid of that a little bit. I don't have enough time to be 100% accurate, I don't think. So I've just got to make it good enough at this point to be recognizable. Because this is kind of one of the focal points here at this time. Ooh, trigger discipline in artworks! Someone knows about safety! Yes! Yes. It is one of the first things I figured. I was like, oh, we've got to be a little bit mindful here. Especially considering what I'm planning on doing with the rest of this. Responsible weapons handling 101. Don't put the finger on the trigger unless you're planning on pulling it. Imminently. Because why? We don't necessarily want our characters to accidentally blow off their own toes. Because that's entirely possible, and they would be lucky if it's just their toes. No, it was not right. That's not the right curve. It's like that. Best rule of gun safety. Have fun. Joking. Yeah, for legal reasons, that is not accurate information. I'm actually pretty happy with this, considering that I actually draw so few firearms lately. I think I can actually count on one hand the number of times I've actually drawn firearms, now that I think about it. I actually think it's only the second time I've drawn a firearm on this channel. Wow. The first time was a gun sword. Handle for the gun looks a bit long. You know, you are not wrong. You are not wrong. And also, the grip is angling strangely as well. You are very much not wrong. Cut. Paste. Okay, get rid of excess information. Get rid of excess information. Merge down. Do we draw the gun and then the hand around it? No, I was lazy this time. I kind of posed the hand and then figured the gun out afterwards. Okay, we've got 7 minutes left on the clock. Okay, now let's get the anatomy to work. Let's get the anatomy to work now. Back view, what's we've got going on here? Okay, this one is definitely going to need overtime. But it's fine. We'll make it work. Real lazy pish posh, what an absurd thing to say. Oh, no. Laziness comes in many forms. Laziness comes in many forms. What did I do with the last one? This goes underneath that side. Underneath that side. So wait, it's under, over. You know what? Don't be pedantic, don't be pedantic, don't be pedantic, don't be pedantic, don't be pedantic. Mama. Nearly there. Time check. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Ah! Okay. Something like that-ish. That ought to do the trick. That ought to do the trick. That's better, that's better. Time check. 1 minute. I'm definitely going to need that overtime. Slightly more dangerous vibe this time around. Seconds. Okay. And okay, overtime. We're on overtime. 5 minutes, let's go. Should give us just enough to... Yeah, this hat is too small. Should give us just enough to fix this. That is way too small. Cut. Paste. Nope. No, no, no. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Lag! If you think gamer panic is lag, artist lag is like... Okay, 3 minutes. Should be enough. 3 minutes should be. Okay. Now, we used 85. You know what? I'm doing the stupid. Grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel, invert, and pull. There we go. That's faster. Lock opacity. Go there. Actually, undo. I'm gonna do it this way. This needs to be 25. Time check, 1 minute. Okay. Unlock. Okay, now clip, multiply, grab that. Drama. There we go. Time's up! Yeah! Okay. That worked. That worked out in the end. Ooh. The values aren't 100%. But we're there. Record cheating in 4K. Yeah. Look, when it comes to timed work like this, it's kind of, you got to get the idea more than the accuracy. If you aren't cheating, you aren't trying. Depends on context. If I was really cheating, I would have actually just copied the gun straight out of the reference sheet, but then I would have probably spent more time cutting it out than actually drawing. So, I didn't... Yeah, it could have been worse. I don't know how much time I went over the overtime. But hey, this is the first time I've ever seen my character look so serious. I got goosebumps. Awesome! Now, I mean, if you got Yeah, with what you mentioned just now about the law, about being a hero so everyone else goes in jail so that he can be the best villain, it's like, okay, we've got to have a little bit of a dark side moment here. We've got to have a dark side moment here. I hear it a lot at work. Oh, that's slightly terrifying, but also understandable. There are a lot of industries where middle management tells you to cut corners at all costs because otherwise your shareholders are going to be chewing you out. Ah yes, the revolver and its special RGB bullets. But anyway, save button is in order at this very moment. And processing. When you hit the save button the first time and it doesn't take. Okay, anyway. That went well. That went well, I think. Oh, I love the lore inclusion of the artwork. Is awesome for this piece. Yeah. No, I mean, if you give me a snippet of lore, it's like, ooh, this is something to work with. This is something that I can draw scenarios from. Lore. Give me lore. Lore is great. It really helps get an idea of what all you can viably do with a character. And thank you for the hydrate, Toaster. So everyone, courtesy of Toaster, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Was there always a pattern on the scarf? Yes. The scarf pattern is more visible here. It's a nice, interesting piece of texture as well. Like, textures are usually very much depending on the context of where a character is used, they can either be brilliant and super fun, or they can be an absolute nightmare. This looks like it could be either or depending on use case, and also depending on production pipeline. So it's not the... It's probably the most webtoon friendly pattern I've seen in a while, if I had to phrase it that way. Yes, the jacket is coming next. We have to have something that includes the jacket as well. We've got to have something that includes the jacket as well. But it's not... it's not a pattern that you would struggle with with 3D, but it is a pattern you would struggle with 2D animation. You would struggle with this pattern a little bit with 2D animation. But with Webtoon, it's fine. Rhea, does anyone tell you your miniskirt is pretty cool? Oh, you mean the bottom of my shirt? Yeah, it's actually the bottom of my shirt sticking out under my corset. Yeah. I enjoy it. It's just that little bit of feminine... It's just that little bit of a feminine touch. Webtoon friendly? I like that description. Yeah. I am an action webtoon person. So that's like the easiest comparison source for me to really draw from. It's like, okay, if I was drawing this character thousands of times for a webtoon, would this make me cry? If the answer is no, then it wins. What do you mean your shirt? Yeah. So the part of it. Let me come close for you guys. Let me come a little close for you guys. So the corset is on top of this black sleeveless thing, which is a button-up, and underneath the button-up, it opens up part way down. Where along the torso? No one will ever know. But basically, yeah, that's how the cut works. It's the bottom of my shirt. It's basically a really, really long shirt with ruffles. Yeah, for me, I'm personally of the camp that a corset is either underwear or overwear, but never to be had on its own. If it's not underwear, the corset should not be in contact with the skin. Sounds uncomfortable? No, I mean, I'm a corset wearer IRL, and it's not uncomfortable at all. Like, if you are doing, like, the ridiculously over-tightened stuff with your corset, yes, that's uncomfortable, but under normal circumstances, you should be able to breathe completely normally, you should be fully flexible. So, yeah. And that's a hydrate, so everyone. Acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. No. A well-fitting corset, you should not have any problems moving or breathing. To have your shirt loose in a corset? Well, to be fair, this one is a special cut as well. So it's not... It's not like a standard dress shirt. Like, I mean, of course, it's not like a standard dress shirt. The top looks nothing like a standard shirt either. Basically, let me show you guys what is basically happening underneath here. In really, really broad strokes. I'm not going to do it on the same canvas. But basically, if I just put down a symmetry ruler. Nope, that is a parallel ruler. I want a symmetry ruler. There we go. And just put a little mannequin in place. There we go. A little dress form. Okay. So that's the dress form. If I had to tailor this shirt out for you guys to see what's going on, we've got the collar and the sleeves, which come down. The collar comes down to about there-ish. Then from about here, we have a seam line. At this point, we've got our buttons. And then we've got pleats. Like that. What a pro, she even made a mannequin for it. Oh man, I got a delay on my end for the stream. Oh no. Yeah. I have got a little bit of occasional buffering issues. It happens every now and again when the modem has been on for too long. It needs to be put to sleep and woken up again every so often, just so that it remembers, oh, I am a modem. I must internet. But yeah. So that's more or less how the cut works. And then this part is a cutaway. So there, we've got the hatching on at the back there is actually the back panel. Ria, do you prefer drawing a character's right side than the left like you just did there when mirrored? It depends on the stroke that I'm working with, honestly. Like, with me personally, I'm right-handed, so for me, as far as arcs are concerned, it's easier to draw an arc that way than that way. And I've still got my mirror modifier on it, which is why I drew 2. So, let me just switch that off. So that is a much easier movement than that. And I'll usually sort of just pick and choose. Okay, this line looks easier to do on that side than to do on that side. Or it looks more correct on this side than on the other side. I don't know. So it's... When mirrored, do all the strokes go on the same layer? Yeah. That, with the way that Clip Studio's symmetry rulers work, the ruler... Let me just move myself out the way for a second. Let me just go here and step this to the side so that you can see my layers. This is the ruler layer. And you can draw on the ruler layer, but it'll all... But if you turn that off, you can work on a normal layer as such. But if you turn that on again, this one is currently set to... okay, when I switched it on, it was... No, wait. Here, if I go to this this menu here, you can see... Okay, you can't actually see. You can't see the menu. There's a menu here. You can't see it. One moment, please. I'll show you. I promise. Where is my... Okay, there's this monitor. Okay, now you should be able to see it. Okay, so here we'll see there's a little menu, and we see this thing that says show in all layers. When that is on, it doesn't matter which layer I'm working with, the symmetry ruler will be active whenever it's showing. So if I'm on this layer... Wait, undo. Okay, I just did the stupid now. So when the symmetry ruler goes green, it stops working, which sucks. And I can't undo it now. I don't know why that happens. Come on. Yeah, when the symmetry ruler goes green, it completely breaks things. So it's best to get rid of it at that point, because I did the stupid. Yeah. Forgive me, chatters, for I've taken the streamer on a small side quest. It's fine, it's fine. A little side questing never hurt anybody. Says everyone who got lost in Skyrim. I completely forgot to ever finish the main quest. Yeah, okay, never mind. Moving along. Yeah. Basically what happens is that all of the strokes in this kind of layer, which is what we call a raster layer, which is when it is putting color down by pixel, not by math, basically, it'll always put the raster stuff down on the same place. It's not like certain other vector-based softwares where it will make each stroke its own object or layer. It's been a small eternity since I've worked in a software like that, actually, now that I think about it. I think the last one I worked in that was something like that, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was Corel Studio? That was way more than a decade ago, now that I think about it. That was way more than a decade ago. I can't remember. But it was a long time ago. Yeah, I used to have a copy of Corel Draw. It was, I think that was the last. I think I had Corel Draw before Paint Tool Sci, which was what I used for about 6 months before jumping ship to Clip Studio. Is Corel still a thing? I actually have no idea. I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. I think people use Illustrator right now. Yeah, I don't even know if Corel as a company still exists or if they got bought out. I honestly don't know what happened there. But a lot of people jump ship to Adobe Illustrator. My personal vector softwares that I use if I need to do something in vector is I will do I will actually use a combination of Inkscape, which is free open source, and the Affinity Suite, which I got on a one-time purchase license, which is really great. Which is basically my alternative to using Adobe software for things like book layouts and what have you. Because yeah, I did book layout before as well, casually. I won't mention what the book was, but I was actually I did two books. Does that open .ai files? I think so, yes. I think so, yes. It does. It does. Inkscape, so like landscape. So, Sierra, Charlie, Alpha, Papa, Echo. Repeat, Sierra, Charlie, Alpha, Papa, Echo. Yes, I did just spell that in phonetics. I don't like spelling things in how the letter is actually said because it sounds really stupid. It sounds really stupid, and it's so easy to mishear things. Inkscape, yes, that's how you spell it. Yes. Free, open source, vector. Pretty good actually. If I'm not mistaken, I'm just going to open up another canvas again here real quick. There are quite a couple of things. I did the Misthaven emblem in Inkscape. Nice and easy. Ria, did you work in the military or at an airport in the past life? I was about to say phonetic spelling. Very interesting. No, actually, fun fact, I'm a sailor. And I have a shortwave radio license so that I can call out of harbour. I actually have a skipper's ticket. And, yeah, I was actually raised using the phonetic alphabets before we started sailing as a family. Because when you are doing things like how you say making phone calls or trying to get email addresses down, using the normal letters is like bleh. It's so easy to mishear things, but with the phonetics it's really straightforward. It's like, okay, I know what sound I am supposed to be listening for now. Doxed too much lore? No. People know that I sail. Where I sail, people don't know. When I sail, people don't know. What boat I sail, people don't know. People know that I almost got squashed between two boats one day, and my bestie had to save my life because I was less than a foot away from losing my feet to a collision with another vessel in a race. Yeah, he took it an awful lot harder than I did that day. But 3, 4, 5, 9er. Yeah. Not a lot of people remember that. That is actually how you're actually supposed to pronounce it. A lot of people, especially in the more casual context, don't actually use the proper number phonetic pronunciations for numbers. But, yeah. Thank goodness your limbs are all in one piece. Yeah! Yeah. I do give thanks for that on a regular basis. Because there was a little bit of a story for that one. Basically, we were doing a maneuver, and my position on the boat is foredeck, basically. So my job is to make sure that the head sail does not get tangled up in the lifelines on the side of the deck when we change tack. And basically, a tack failed, and I ended up being on the wrong side of the boat because I did my job, and then the tack failed, so that side of the boat ended up being low to the water again. So there was no indication from the cockpit to know, okay, we're going to be attempting the tack a second time. So here I was on the wrong side of the boat. My feet are underwater because I'm standing on the deck of a racing boat. So I do what any person who is trying to stay on deck does, and I latch my hand around the shrouds and grab onto a stanchion. And by that time, I was pretty low to the water at that time. So basically, I just grabbed my nose, held my breath, and I was underwater for a couple of seconds, holding onto the boat. I was totally unaware of the fact that another vessel was literally grinding along our side at that time. And it was only thanks to the boom catching on of a neighboring vessel catching onto our lifeline that they didn't actually get close enough to my legs to actually break them, because what happened was that they were kind of grinding along the side of our hull, and because I was underwater, I just felt the boat against my back. I thought I was on the boat. It was not until we got back on land and the buddy who grabbed my leg and pulled me out of the water afterwards told me that, no, Harrier, everything from your ribcage down was on the outside of the boat. I was like, oh, okay, casual. Cool. So yeah, I've had my brushes with I've had my brushes with extinguished existence, but we're still here, and I still sail. I don't race, but I sail. Do racing boats not have those rubber dampers on the side to stop the hull from rubbing against things it shouldn't? Those come off. Basically, as soon as you're out of the marina, those need to get stashed. They're called fenders. And basically, if you are sailing around outside of the marina and you've got your fenders down, every experienced sailor is going to think you are a complete noob. It's like, bruh, unless you've lost all power in your motors or you are adrift or your sails won't work because you have lines that have sheared or for something stupid has happened and you're completely without your ability to maneuver. If you've got maneuverability and you are outside of the marina, you should have your fenders packed away. So, the fenders are literally only supposed to be there when you are moored, or when you are unable to maneuver and you are in danger of bumping into a thing. So, yeah. Anyway, tangents! Don't you just love tangents? Yeah. So, yeah. We were talking about Inkscape and vector software. and then do spelling things. Blah. We learned something today, chat. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Fun times. The sailing thing is also why I always use UTC time for my schedules instead of the time zone that I actually reside in. Surprise, surprise, I do not actually reside in the UTC time zone. Which time zone I reside in, you will never know. Haha. But I don't actually reside in UTC time. But I use UTC time for my schedules because it is practically zero time, which is the time used to communicate across time zones for both international air traffic control and the GMDSS, which is basically the radio system that maritime folk use to make sure that if there's anyone with an emergency or whatever, that is communicated swiftly and that rescue craft can get dispatched as swiftly as possible. So, yes. Software led into boating. Very interesting. Yes. Yes. Why? All because we were spelling things. But it's fine. It's fun. Okay. So the next thing we want to do is something with the jacket. Something with a jacket. Let's see. Do you stream Toast? Says Calyx, for anyone who might be here on YouTube. I'm also curious. You might be pre-debut, hey? I did sneakily check out your social profiles just before to just check if there was any stuff, but I couldn't really gather much off of your X page. Or your YouTube, so I was like, okay, not 100% sure. Okay, let me think. What are we gonna do for this one? What are we gonna do for this one? Something where we can use the jacket. Technically, yes, I use a free model until I can find the 1.0 model. Fund. Ah, I see. Makes sense. Yeah, having, I see base just cause clips. Oh, okay. Yeah. Being self-produced, in that sense, I had a zero budget, so I was never going to be able to afford a live 2D myself. If I had to get someone else to do it, so I kind of learnt on my own. This is, I think, actually the first model that I've built. Yes, this is the fifth model I built. Fourth for myself. One of them I sold. 3 of them were for past life. So yeah. I understand that it's wild. Same, but I'm not looking for a model at the moment. I'm just having fun. Yeah, if you're just having fun, then all is well. All is well. Okay, let me think. What are we going to do for this last one? What are we going to do for the last one? Let's just collapse this a little bit. I want to get a longer shot. So, the jacket is hanging off the shoulder, it's not actually on. Okay. I forgot the gloves. I forgot the gloves on number 2. Okay. Got the gloves on number 2. What do you plan for when the model changes? How do you introduce it to the community? A lot of people will actually be pretty accepting if there's a change from a free model to a bespoke one, because a lot of the free models or the pre-made ones, people recognize them because they are frequently used. So introduce lore emotes and showcase the art has been made. Yeah. So when something like version 1.0 comes out, what a lot of people will do is, like Stale Toaster says, start putting out artwork of the new thing, have a design reveal maybe, get some intrigue going. And a lot of the time, audiences will actually be really excited to see the bespoke design come to fruition and come to life. So it's usually quite a fun event. That being said, you don't necessarily need to have a quote-unquote debut, necessarily, where it's like all of the big production stuff, because that costs all of the money. Like when I did my live 2D debut, basically 6-7 months ago, I went from PNG Harrier to live 2D Harrier. I didn't actually have even the fully rigged model yet. Like, even now, it's still not yet completely 100% fully rigged. There are still some things that I want to add before I can safely call it fully rigged. To my standards for how I want to use the model. But in terms of actually introducing it, I said, okay guys, next week we're using a new model. And basically just start streaming with it. Because if I had to wait until I had produced a whole bunch of stuff, it would just take a small eternity. I kind of pseudo introduced a little bit of lore with how I actually did the stream, but I had no real assets ready at the time that I needed to actually just get up and start using the model, because otherwise I would have not been content as how I was actually presenting myself as a creator. So basically, as soon as I had the model usably ready with the minimum possible requirements, yeah, fake it till you make it style. I basically did what we call the budget rig rollout version. So what I call the budget rig rollout version, which is if you are lucky enough to be working with a small enough artist/rigger, something that's easy to implement, or if you're self-made like I am, it's relatively easy to implement, where basically you get the model with its minimum basic requirements, and then over time you do upgrades. So I'm currently on version 1.4 of the model. I'm currently on version 1.4, where the latest update was the bouncy hair physics, right? And also the body Y movement. Before that, I was stuck only X-axis body movement, which was very stiff looking. So it's tiny little upgrades over the time, but they add up, really. Like, when it comes to how I rig models, I do offer the service. I've just got to make the plug because we're talking about it. I do offer the service. It is available on my AVGen as well. I do make it available to do a budget entry line and then do rig upgrades over time. Because I know that, hey, if I needed it, someone else is going to need it too. And cash flow is king when it comes to survivability, and debt is scary. So huge capital outlays out front does not make sense. A little bit of something is better than a whole lot of nothing, and I would rather be someone who makes doing the thing accessible, because creating comfortably in a way that does not make you feel like an inferior creator is important to me. I feel like being available in that sense makes more sense than trying to, you know, be greedy and say, no, if we're not doing the full rig all in one go, I'm not interested in taking the job. I don't like that. I'm not busy enough with other people's work to warrant being that picky. But that's a hydrates, everyone. Acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Like, I'm sure that might change if I've got 10 people a month kicking down the door for a VTuber rig. But that's not the case at the moment, so... baby steps. Like, I think my absolute cheapest entry level for a VTuber, if I just check my services right now, because while we're talking about it, so I might as well. If I look at my absolute bare minimum art and rig combo, it's for a functional VTuber rig. It's not the biggest, it's not the sparkliest, it's not the most polished in the world, but it's got everything that you functionally need to work in a way that's not grim looking, is £290. Baby steps? Now I'm in the crawling state. Wow. Also, yeah, I realized after I asked Toast that it might not be the best to discuss something about another streamer in your stream. Okay, thanks for acknowledging, Calyx. I was gonna overlook it because it was an interesting conversation topic, and I also figured it's a lot to type. It's a lot to type as well, so I figured I'd also throw in a little bit of information from my end as well, because it helps to just get things rolling. But Blue Ghost, hello, welcome over on YouTube. How goes? Welcome in. Right, what are we gonna do with this one? I am thinking. I'm thinking. And I'm lagging as well. I am lagging. I'm lagging quite significantly. Come on. There we go. Okay. Let me just come forward again. Let's see, what can we do with this pose? What can we do with this pose that gives us the jacket? What can we do with a pose that gives us the jacket? Methinks... Why in my head am I seeing the pose from... In my head I'm seeing this like signature hat tipping pose from the antagonist from Final Fantasy 15. I forget his name. I know it starts with an A. I know it starts with an A and I'm now embarrassed that I can't remember this character's name. I think there's an S in there as well. Huh. Can't remember his name. I never thought about quick sketch poses when bringing the jacket to life. No, it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. I'm just trying to think of something that also provides a little bit of character and swagger. Because you're probably going to want to use these sketches for something, for some purpose. So I want to make them versatile and user-friendly in that regard. So let's think. Oh, it's going to be user-friendly. And a necessary posture to be able to do cool stuff. Actually, now that I also... Is this an RNA? I don't think so. Male character I'm thinking of. Unless RNA is an alternative name. I've never actually played the game to completion by myself, so I think I've played like the first chapter of Final Fantasy 15 myself, and then I had to put it down because life happened, and it's been several years since. It's kind of sad. Now I'm curious. Antagonist. What's his name? Arden. I was thinking of Arden. How did I forget that it was a D? What, I thought it was an S, but it was a D. Arden. That was the name I was thinking of. I see where the comparison is relation to. Yes. I see where the comparison is relating to. Yeah, it's like I see this pose in my head. I see this pose in my head, and it would be perfect. But at the same time, I don't want to plagiarize. I don't want to plagiarize. Okay. There's just something about the big fluffy collar that just kind of exudes that sort of aura. For lack of a better word, that atmosphere is like it kind of wants to swagger into that a little bit. Let's see what we can come up with. Let's see what we can come up with. Also, muffler. The scarf is there as well. It's like, come on. Anyway, let's think. Let's go for waist up this time also. Nope, it's already now. Okay. Let's think. I'm trying to come up with an idea quickly. So let's just look quickly what we have got. We've got smug. Like ultra smug. We've got menacing. We've got smug. We've got menacing. What's another useful? I almost want to have like a beckoning posture, like he's challenging you to something. I think that's something that we're going with. I think that maybe will work. a sort of come at me bro sort of posture, maybe? I think that will maybe work. Like, apply smug to... Apply smug to badassery, for lack of a better phrase. I don't like that phrase, actually. I don't like that word just came out of my mouth. I don't like that name. I don't like that word. I just didn't know what else to call it. Okay, but let's go with that. Let's go with that. Okay. The only thing that comes to mind is him flipping someone off. Yeah, I don't necessarily like doing vulgar gestures, but let's figure something out, I think. I'm already not liking it, but okay, it's fine, it's fine. Clear, cancel. No, that did not work. That did not work. No vulgar gestures is understandable, yeah. And that, I did not like that. Let me just close this out from the mirror quickly. There's one nearby. Okay, I think I've got it. I think I've got it. Okay, I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. Like, still rude, but not straight up vulgar. Okay, I did in fact switch my timer on, I wasn't sure if I had. That'll do, that'll do. it out so that it can read. I like where this pose is going. The face me if you dare sort of gesture. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, that works. Now let's just scale this up a bit so that we're using more of the canvas. I feel like it can rotate slightly though. I'll clean this up in a bit. Little does my opponent know that I have a gun. Yes. There we go, there we go. There we go. Now we've got the gloves on because we remembered this time. Yay. That'll work. There we go. We're definitely going to need the overtime here again. But it's fine. It's fine. It'll be worth. Before I forget, on the right arm there's a silver bracelet that hugs close to his wrist. Right starboard. This side. Noted. Okay. Thank you for just bringing that to my attention again. Hey, this pose is way too cool. Is that a JoJo reference again? It's not necessarily a JoJo reference. It's just a general cool action MC pose. It's probably happened in JoJo more times than you can shake a stick at. I have not actually read JoJo though yet. It's one of my shames is that I've not yet actually read JoJo. I watched the first season of JoJo, and then life happened, and then I was not able to continue. Sadly. I enjoyed it though. So over the top. It's awesome. And the art style is truly iconic. Yeah. It reminds me of Rourke from Destiny 2. His maniac is kicking you in the face. Ah, nice. You see, if we're getting such varied and good comparisons, it means we're on the right track. Right? Must be the only person in the universe to not have watched K-pop Demon Hunters yet. I haven't either. You are not the only one. You are in fact not the only one. You're not? I'm here as well? Okay. So we three have not watched the current... Everyone is going bananas over this media. Okay. We are not alone. All of us here haven't seen it then. Interesting. What are we all doing? Just gonna let the moment pass and not ever watch it? And I have my reservations about it. Like, I have my reservations about it personally. Like, if the name enough isn't enough to give some fair warning, I have had enough spoilers to also have some context in terms of what happens in the plot. And I'm not entirely sure if it's my kind of show, my kind of media. I'm not sure if it's my kind of media. Two minutes. Yeah, we're definitely going to be using overtime. Okay, and that's a hydrate, so I'm gonna have to take mine afterwards. But for the rest of us here, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. How does this work? How does this work? Does this come this way? It looks like it might behave that way. It tends to happen with me way too much. I rarely find the time to watch whatever the current buzz is about, and eventually never even get to it before the hype dies down and people moving on to the next thing. Yeah. Yeah. That's so very normal. Do not feel bad about it. It happens really frequently. Like the previous hype thing that is still kind of working its way through the VTuber community, at least in the circles that I'm in anyway, is the Epic the Musical trend to be doing like all of the Epic the Musical covers and all of that madness. I've still not watched Epic the Musical. I do not know what on earth it's even about. I know it's a musical of the Odyssey, but that's about where my knowledge of what is going on there is about. That's where it ends. I know it's Homer's Odyssey, but that's where my knowledge of what's going on ends. Tell me, you know what she's talking about? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go into overtime. Let me just switch that on, okay. Epic the Musical is something that the singing side of VTubing, at least in the spheres that I'm in, have been going really ham about. So they've been doing a lot of covers from it. The Odyssey is a piece of classic literature, which is basically Greek mythology in a nice little bow. Okay, so I'm clearly in a slightly different space of the VTubing scene from you guys. I'm following a lot of V-singers. Maybe that's why. I am more aware of happenings in that side of the interwebs at the moment. Okay. I'm just gonna use a full bucket there because it makes sense right now. Two minutes. Okay. I kept seeing people constantly play music from it to no end, and then it suddenly just stopped, because for me I see so many trends come and go that I get exhausted of it. Be it Peak, K-pop, Demon Hunters, even Night Rain, yeah. Just like how you all are going to move on soon with this. Yeah. Keith Manta, how's everything going so far? So far, so good. We are on sketch number 3. I am in overtime already, because all of the detail happened on the torso. All of the detail happened on the torso. It's fine. I'm probably going to need an extra 5 minutes of overtime. Again. But it's fine. I'm so glad to have met you, Ria. How every now and again you'll bring up cool things that I know about, idea about, or was nowhere even near my radar that I can check out. Oh. And I feel like I'm lost so much. I feel like I am lost in media so frequently. Like, I do not consider myself a well-read individual at all. Overtime, and we didn't even distract this time. Yeah, no. Let's rotate. Thought so. That was looking wrong. Fun fact about the jacket, the artist suggested something about a jacket and she shot me the idea of Svarog from Honkai Star Rail. I've got to say, it was one of the best choices we went with. Oh yeah. Yeah. It has been a small eternity since I last played Honkai, but I remember Svarog being really, really cool. So, 11 out of 10 can agree with that creative decision. Okay. The jacket just ties it all together so well. It's so cool. It is. It is. Not happy with that mouth still. David Draws, hello, hello, welcome again. Welcome, welcome. I'm not happy with this at all, actually. It needs to be sharper. There we go. That's the ticket. That's the ticket. Ooh, okay. I'm not really that smart academically, I think, and no social media, so I'm a small bubble aside from YouTube, so if you use words I don't know and speak about interesting facts I don't know about. Okay, okay. Yeah, courtesy of the industry I'm in, I'm kind of a little bit chronically online. Because that's how I kind of find my clients. Yeah, I'm sorry also, David, for not being 100% interactive. I am on a timer at the moment, and I am on the second 5 minutes of overtime, and I'm already going to be over overtime again. Okay, at this point it's basically a 30-minute sketch, but it's fine. It gives... We are pretty much there. We're pretty much there. Okay, grab outside. Expand by 1, invert, and this is going to be 85, and fill. There we go. Yeah. Lock. Okay, 25. Come on. Overtime is over again. Okay. Last batch. If I'm not done coloring by the time this 5 minute is out, then ish. Oh, are you almost finished? Almost. This is the third of a batch of 3 15-minute sketch commissions, which were ordered by Stale Toaster, who's currently joining us over on Twitch side. Let's make this 50%. And as soon as we're done here, we're going to go through the 3 that we did. But then I'm going to have to end stream a little early today because I've got to work on a 3D room background commission as well tonight. And unfortunately, I can't stream and work on that in Blender at the same time. Unless instead of doing the actual 3D work, I do the animation work for what's supposed to go on outside the window. I think that's going to be the plan then tonight, is to work on what's going to happen outside the window. Yes, that way you don't have to end stream early. Let's do that. I think so, yes. New plan. New plan. Okay, just show this for a second. Grab that color. Hide. Okay, values-wise, is there anything else? This needs to be tabbed like that, yes. That needs to be like that, yes, okay. Multiply. Okay. That's nice and dramatic. Okay. Happiness is. And. Okay. We were 1 minute short of having spent 30 minutes on this one. But it's fine. It looks good. And I'm happy to say that we have actually made a product. But I am happy to say that, yes, this was a paid for commission and I did not cut corners. Yep. Okay. So there we go. 3 sketches. Woohoo! I am gonna just do this though, because I see there was one error. That was not acceptable. There we go. Happy noises! No! I like it when commissioners make happy noises. Okay. So, our 3 sketches for this day were this one. Gun. Serious, dark mode. Ooh. Slightly ominous, and I forgot the glove. Should I add the glove quickly? Should I add the glove quickly? I think I should add the glove quickly. It's not gonna be massive change, it's like 2 lines. Why? Just for continuity. This is left hand, which has got nothing weird. Glove is also short. Okay. Lock that opacity. There we go. Cut the extras. There we go. That looks a bit more polished and complete. Okay. Final pass of corrections. And then lastly, ultimate smug. Usually it's the first one that takes me the longest, but this time it was the other way around. But this was a lot of fun. This was a lot of fun. Okay. I don't know what accidental edits I made there, but okay. That works, that works, that works. Woo! The glove does look good. Yeah, I'm happy. I am happy. The combination works. combination works. It should give you enough variety for a couple of different use cases. Okay, so I'm going to leave it on this one. Save. And I want to come over here. Do not save that one. And I want to create a landscape. And all three included the scarf. Yes, of course. The scarf is like a major character design feature. It's like there was no part of the reference where it didn't have the scarf, which tells me that the scarf is kind of important. All three parts, all of the references included the scarf, which tells me that the scarf is important. There was not a single part of the reference that showed without the scarf. So the scarf kind of had to be included. There was no way around it. The scarf had to be there. Okay, so the next thing we've got to do, is for Nafukuchin Mops, who has ordered a room background. I'm just going to grab the latest status on the work in progress just to show you guys where we're at and what it is exactly that I'm going to be doing here next. Where is it? It's over here. Okay. Copy image. File. Create new from clipboard. There we go. Okay. So I'm building this in Blender. And you can tell why I can't do this and stream at the same time. Funnily enough, it's the hat that's supposed to be the staple item. Oh my word! Okay. Interesting. What's the over-under on a rear hand cam stream? Probably for a non-digital illustration. We are actually going to have hand cam as part of our donathon that is happening starting the 11th of August. We actually have a hand cam as part of our stream goals. So if we hit certain if we hit certain landmarks, we are going to have hand cams. The first goal, and I'm just going to open this up again so that I can actually go through this with you since we're talking about it now. Where is it? It is here. I just need to remember which folder it's filed under. Okay. So some stuff that is going to happen on the hand cam, and I'm just going to put away the wings for now, just that they're not getting in the way of what's happening. Are we allowed to be unhealthy with our donors? Make sure that you cover your own living expenses first, and do not get into debt for my sake. That is all I'm going to say. Do not get into debt, and make sure that you cover your own living expenses first. That's all I'm going to say about that. If and only if you have the ability to maintain those two little rules for your own benefit, then and only then are you allowed to donate. Okay? Because I do not want my benefit to be at everyone else's detriment. Why? I wasn't going to use the loan anyway. Bruh, nah. Don't do the dumb. Debt is really, really, really scary. Take that from someone who is currently paying off on a big debt. Okay? It's really, really scary. Okay? That's why living expenses take up literally everything I earn out of commissions. It only makes sense to use it here. No! No! I am paying for a house. Debt is scary. You do not want to know how bad it is when the bank takes your house away. If you do not already know. It's not cool. And the mere prospect of it is enough to send me into... do not want. But thank you very much for the comms. But that being said, I need to sleep now because I wake up in less than 6 hours. Oh my. However, I wasn't going to miss a single second of the drawings. Aw, thank you so much for joining us, Toaster. I really appreciate you dropping by for the earlier portion of the stream. I'm glad we were able to finish everything for you. You will have the illustrations in your VGen inbox within the next 12 hours. You will have those in your inbox in VGen. So thank you so much for the work again. It was really fun drawing you. And I hope that you rest very, very well. Okay. So, to answer your question, Calyx, we are going to definitely have hand cam options. I have got sort of not quite a batsu, but a challenge where I'm going to be doing a hand cam attempting to paint with real paint, which I don't think I have done since I was like 6. So, goodness alone knows how that's going to go. We don't know how that's going to go at all. So, keep that open for interesting sakes. Thank you so much very once again. Okay, Toaster, thank you so much. And yes, also, thank you for keeping the lights on. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Go and rest. It's earned. So, that hand cam is going to be a thing. We're also going to be doing some embroidery as part of the thing. So that Mist God emblem that I showed you guys a little bit earlier, we're going to be working on a patch of that. And I actually still want to look up. It's one of the things that's still on my to-do list for the week ahead, leading up to the Donathon. I want to just check how embroidery patterns are written, because I actually maybe want to release an embroidery pattern for that. Alternatively, it's something that you guys can embroider alongside with me. So keep your eyes peeled. It is kind of towards the end of the goals, that one though, so I'm not gonna hold my breath that it's gonna happen within like 2 days. Like, if that happens, then I'm going to be so shook that I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself. Yikes. The mere prospect of that is just too fast for me. And I'm not gonna hold my breath for it. But we should maybe be able to even let you guys have the opportunity to embroider your own Mist God emblems alongside with me. Sai, hello! Ria, are you by? No, I am not. Ambidextrous is the word you mean. Ambidextrous. I am right-handed. I only use my left hand for operating a fork and currently my mouse, because otherwise I have to get the I have to use the mouse and the drawing pen at the same time, and that is just it's not working for me, so I'm using my mouse in my left hand because I don't have the cool little tool that has all of the shortcut keys that you keep in your left hand while you're drawing. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Wait, so you use your other hand for specific actions? Yes, so there is a nifty little tool, which if I can remember the name, I will be very, very, very happy. I keep getting it right whenever I want to talk about it. Every single time I want to talk about it, I forget the name of this tool, man. It drives me up the wall. I've heard that it's called mixed-handed. Yeah, yeah. Like, if you, like, never, ever, ever use your non-dominant hand for any function ever, it's kind of a little bit weird. Personally? Not quite ambidextrous, but favoring different hands depending on the action. I was just raised to use a fork in my left hand, so the fork always lives in the left hand. That's just like, that's the rule. I can use a spoon in my right hand if I've not got something else there. But the fork always lives in the left hand. That's just how I was raised. Yeah, I don't switch hands for the fork. I don't know. I know there are some people who do that, but no. But yeah, I only actually recently switched to using my mouse left-handed in about the last 3 months-ish. I use my left hand for the WASD keys. I do too, but I use those that functionality so little that it's meh. It's like I actually I game so little that it's not really a quote-unquote specified action in my mental library. Eating implements have no chance in my left hand. Gameria. Well, I will say that in the Donathon we are going to be doing a little bit of gaming, and there is going to be a little bit of rage gaming. WASD is WASD, it's not a handedness thing. Yeah, that's true. It's just, WASD is the thing that you have to do it left-handed because otherwise everything breaks in terms of controls. Like, you can't... The entire keyboard layout and how systems are generally developed in terms of controls just does not allow for WASD being a right-hand operation. But yeah, we're getting aside the point. The left-handed drawing is going to be basically a challenge because I know it's going to be hilarious because I do not draw left-handed. I can barely write left-handed. I can sort of write, but it looks like I'm 5. So this is going to be chaos. It's going to be hilarious. It's like a D-pad or a control stick. It is where it is. Exactly. It is. Exactly. Can't remap. Can't remap that. But yeah. That's the thing. But yeah, just to go through a couple of the key points on this list so that you guys can know what to look forward to specifically. Drawing is easier than writing. And some people will argue against that. Both have a requirement for consistency of some description, and both require hand-eye coordination to optimize the shapes. Just some lines. Yeah, just some lines. But it's getting the right lines. That's the thing, is getting the right lines. So, yeah. I am anticipating that that left-handed Chibi Ria is going to be a little bit cursed, but it's going to be fun. Either which way. Do you mean in general or with the non-dominant hand? That is a question. That is a question. But yeah. I was joking. Okay, fair. Yeah. But yeah, so just a couple of highlights. We are going to have quite a couple of things where chat is going to actually have a major impact on the development of some stuff. So, the first thing that we're going to have there that a chat writes is going to obviously be a tweet, because it's a nice easy in. It's an easy in into the Donathon that lets people know, okay, it is officially live. As soon as the chat written tweet goes out, usually it's like, okay, everyone knows, okay, Donathon is now in action. Out in the social media realm. But the next thing that is here is that we are going to let you guys write a 4-panel comic. we're going to let you guys write a 4-panel comic that I'm going to draw. And that, I have no idea what you guys are going to pull out of the hat for that one. That you guys are going to be... you guys are going to have some interesting stuff going down. What is your expectation going into this? My expectations are... Let's put it this way. I don't want to think too hard. I will be grateful if we can get to the goal value over here, this 1,600 pound goal milestone, because at that point I will actually be able to buy the drawing tablet, which is the main point of this donathon. If I can afford that, if we can get that goal, then I know that the main point is done. As described in the posts on social media, and it's also in my YouTube as well, in the community tab there, or yeah, is it community tab or is it the posts tab? I forget what it's called. There you will see that I am not going to actually cap this. Wait, I just noticed the 5th on the list. The lemon. It must be destroyed. Yes, you guys are going to have the lemon. The lemon is also going to be a hand cam thing. The lemon and the pulk are also going to be hand cam so that you can see in process as they go away. So that is going to happen. Also with the 10 sugars coffee, I will acquire the cup of coffee and then I will count in the sugars in real time going into the mug, so you'll be able to see the 10 sugars going into the mug, and then I'm going to have my toenails curl from too much sweet as I drink that, when that eventually happens. But yes, the lemon is going to exist. The lemon is going to be a thing. I like it. The lemon is probably the one that is the strangest one for everyone, if I had to guess, but like I'm kind of looking forward to that one. It's going to be so sour. It's going to be so sour. I can feel the jaw lock already. You own a camera? Yeah, I have a second webcam that lives above my craft station, which I am not going to switch the hand cam on right now because it is currently a mess. It is currently a mess in preparation for some other stuff. But yes, the hand cam is permanently rigged, so that will go on in my craft station, but we are still going to be VTuber mode, and you are not going to be seeing my face. There's not going to be a reflective surfaces or anything like that nearby, so no face reveals, accidental or otherwise, are going to happen. But yes, that is going to be a thing. I am using a webcam for my current tracking, so there is that as well. So technically, yes, I do own a camera. Technically, I own 2 cameras. Technically, I need to also start planning for future, because corrosion on the USB ports is a thing. Gloves at the ready? Yep. All sorted. Everything is 100% ready. On that front, literally the only thing that I need to still do in prep is go to the shop and buy the lemon and buy the Pepsi for the milk, for the pulk. That's literally the only prep that I've got left to do, I think, on this front. Because I want to have those fresh for when they are needed. So that'll happen in the run of this week coming. But literally everything else that we need for the donathon is actually already in the house. So happiness is on that front. Then the next stuff that is going to be interesting, I am going to be doing a couple of live makes, which are actually going to be upgrades to my VTuber rig as well. So those are going to actually happen in the duration of the chat question on the donathon. Is the lemon fresh? Fresh enough. Fresh enough. Yeah, it will not be a 2-month-old lemon. Not if I can help it. But yeah, so the live mix are going to actually happen in stream, and they are going to actually happen in the duration of the donathon if we hit those goals early enough. Will we have any guest appearances? I have not been able to confirm any collabs at this point. I've not been able to confirm any collabs. If you've not seen my social media profiles, in tiny, I have very, very little internet clout actually. So I have maybe I haven't got really the guts to ask people that I've not already worked with once or twice to do any collabs, and for the rest of us it all depends on our individual availability and time zones and bloody fish paste, all that jazz. It's not easy getting people in the same room at the same time. It's also not necessarily one of my strongest suits, is getting all of the people in the room at the same time. So I'm not going to make any promises about guest appearances, but if I can get 1 or 2 people who are available at the time, I might have guest appearances. Shy avian, too humble. Yeah, it's just I am very, very, very wary of sounding cloud chaser-ish. It's like that's the one thing that I absolutely do not want to get attached to my name is cloud chaser. So I will rather struggle a little bit and not be the first person to reach out to larger creators until such time as I've been able to prove that I am not actually going to just be that person. So it's just something that I personally feel very strongly about. They say all attention is good attention, but it's not the case, really. I would rather keep my nose clean when it comes to my interpersonal relationships. And when it comes to what are practically my colleagues in the industry, I especially do not want to make them upset unnecessarily and make them feel used and abused. That is not something that I want to do. So, yeah. Though there are there are a handful of people who I might be able to arrange something with, but I'm not going to make any promises just at this stage. And yeah, I have had an idea for an art collab floating around for like months, but every time I ask for any of my art moots who might be interested in it, I get thoroughly yeah, let's put it this way. The shy artist thing is not restricted to just me. While there might be people who like the post to say, okay, you've got a collab idea, cool. No one ever actually responds to say, okay, yes, you can talk to me. So, I'm not going to push a bus up a hill on that front. And unless I get the invitation to actually say, okay, yes, you may talk to me about a collab on stream, I'm not going to go and try and push that. I'm not going to try and push that dynamic. But anyway, moving along swiftly. The upgrades that I'm talking about with the live mix. Those are actually going to be live updates to the model, which we are going to be implementing in stream. So in some cases, that means all the way from the root point of actually drawing the additional layers that we need, importing them, rigging them, export and add to model, add hotkeys, etc. All of that is going to happen in the live make. Maybe, alternatively, depending on how things go, we might just do the rigging on stream because I know that on the model art it is so super cursed to watch. But yeah, we need to bully those introverts out of their holes. I'm not going to be the one bullying anyone. But if you have introverts that you want to bully into doing things, that is at your discretion. Bully with consent. But yeah, I know that a lot of introverts are just waiting for an extrovert to adopt them, so yeah, if you find an introvert that vibes with you, I'm pretty sure they'd appreciate it. Then, in terms of voice scripts, you'll see there's 1 or 2 mentions of a voice script here as well. Yes, I am looking into doing the voice acting thing as well. I am not a girlfriend experience sort of ASMR person, so if we can avoid the romantic leaning scripts, I would be more comfy with it, but I'm pretty sure there must be at least 1 or 2 that are not sus, right? Out there, surely. We'll see when we get. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. But if we get also to the tail end of our goals, you'll see that there's also writing a script, which I will also be reading once it is fully written. So yes. Yes. Yeah. So that is something that's going to hopefully be fun. Then we've talked about the hand cams, we've talked about the eating things, batsus. Then unarchived karaoke. I'm still working on exactly my track list for the unarchived karaoke. I'm still 100% working on the track list for that because I'm not sure exactly how many I need. And I need to cross-reference that against what I can actually get background tracks for. So that is part of what I'm still working on this week, is getting the track list for the karaoke down. I do not expect it to go past 10 songs. Like 10 songs is like the outer edge. Probably going to be 8 at most. And this will be unarchived. It'll be on... Is this all happening in one stream? No, it's not all happening in one stream. It's going to be happening over multiple. Because a lot of these are actually going to take quite a while to do. And there's no guarantee that we're actually going to reach all of these milestones in one stream anyway, either. So, the point at which we actually do the event that we reach with these milestone goals is not guaranteed to happen in the same stream as when we actually achieve the goals. So point of action and point of achievement are not necessarily going to be happening at the exact same time, but we will try and keep them as close together as possible, while also trying to keep up the commission work that needs to happen as well, because I still need to, cover basic expenses in between the donathon, which does not cover basic expenses. So there's that. So I need to keep a careful balance on what all is going to be going on. But yes, there is that little thing. Then the batsu about the composition of a song in Audacity with only a microphone. So that means I am in a digital audio workstation that does not include a synthesizer. It is an editing station primarily, and it is actually a very good editing station, I just have to say. For being a free software, it is really, really good. And actually really, really easy to work with. A lot of people give it grief because of the age of the interface, but it's actually really, really good as far as software goes, but that's besides the point. I will be only using the microphone. which means that my instruments are limited to what I can record in my room, probably using my voice and maybe a couple of props lying around my desk. So like my jar of dirt, which can be a shaker. I've got these 2 little plastic tubes that used to be handles on whatchamacallit, resistance strap for on a resistance strap for exercise type thing. Acapella, let's go, yeah. So I can maybe use these to like be a sort of a little slapstick sort of a sound, maybe put a little bit of percussion, and we'll play around and see what we can come up with between that for just giving a little bit of extra oomph. But for the rest of it, the entire composition is going to be done with the microphone only. I do not know how to write music. I do not know music theory. So we are going to be doing this total chaos mode, which is why it's a batsu. It's going to be total chaos mode. And I'm kind of really looking forward to that, actually. Just because of the chaos. Like I say, I'm the perpetrator of creative chaos. And that is, if that is not creative chaos, I do not know what is. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. It's a batsu. I'm going to absolutely despise it while it's happening, but we'll be doing it live, yes. We are going to be doing it live, because otherwise it's not... If it's not live, it's not a batsu. No prior research? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I'm going to be figuring it out entirely on the day. And it's probably going to be a long and painful stream. But if we look at our stretch goals as well, there are a couple of other interesting things that might be on their way, depending on you guys. Once again, please don't put yourself in jeopardy. Okay. But there is a very, very, very good chance that should we meet all of these stretch goals, and actually all of the stream goals as well, there is a very good chance that getting through everything and actually doing everything may extend past the duration of the donathon as well, so just be mindful of that as well. Like this second last goal with the diamond next to it, that one is definitely going to extend past the duration of the donathon. Because why? I'm going to be doing a raffle, giving away an entire VTuber rig. Art and rig, I'm going to be doing a giveaway. And there are going to be a couple of asterisks with that, which I will be making known if we need to get to that point. If we get to that point, I will be very shook. But if we do, I will be putting down the asterisks about that so that it's not like putting me and my functionality in jeopardy to make that one happen. What I will say is that we are going to be doing a little bit of interspersion of slightly unusual content amongst the usual drawing stuff that we do in our normal streams for the Donathon. So you'll see that we've got a mention of Uma Musume here. So yes, I will be playing Uma Musume during the process of all of our streams as well, which is going to be wild. That's a kind of dual wielding that my PC has not handled yet. So I will be testing that very, very much this week. But yes, we will then speed run a career per donation, basically. You're only going to be able to choose from characters that I actually already have. I'm not a premium player, so I've not got the biggest roster or the strongest roster. But pick a horse, let's train her up, and we're going to speed run it each time. And see how far we get. I have not yet gotten to the Ura finale with any of my horses. I feel really bad about that. But yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. eventually. And also the ultimate individual incentive is that I would do an outfit design for you. So regardless of your character, I'm going to do a surprise outfit design for you, which you can use in whatever way you deem fit, based off of whatever character I can find for you on the interwebs. So if, for example, let's see, who is here? We've got Calyx, we've got, I don't know who else is here. I don't know who else is here right now. I don't know, Calyx, what social media you may or may not have, but if you provide a character, I make you outfit design, and then you can use that in whatever way or shape or form makes sense. Or if, for example, we had, who's a regular? Eldritch Horror of Braid. Okay, Braid is here frequently, right? I don't know if Braid is here presently, but I'm gonna use Braid as an example because it's easy. I know that Braid has a couple of designs already, but I could very easily just design an additional outfit for any one of Braid's characters. Okay, and Braid can then choose, if they donate the £200, Braid can then choose to then use that outfit or to not use that outfit at their discretion. Isn't the chibi the one from your VGen page? The chibi base is actually going to be without any distinguishing features, so it'll basically be like sort of like this. Is there? Let me just go here. Blah. A chibi base will probably be something roughly like this. I actually still need to put the chibi base together. It's also one of the things that I'm doing this week, but it shouldn't take more than like half an hour. But basically, it'll be something roughly... I may as well do the job now, actually. It'll probably be... something like that. And then we design the outfit over the top. And it's basically... you get what you get. Because it's a surprise from me to whoever acquires or makes the £200 donation. So then on that base, I would just draw whatever I feel suits the person, and they can use it or not at their discretion. I would refine this significantly more. Your chibi style is so distinct. I am glad you think so. I have a weird relationship with my chibis. I have a really weird relationship with my chibis. It's weird. Anyway, so yes, those are going to be the major highlights from my end, anyway. And that's the hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. So I hope it's stuff that you guys are going to find interesting to look forward to and work towards. I hope. I don't know. I just put together what I thought would be interesting, but at the same time I needed to keep some surprises. Don't drop the lid. There we go. So there are a couple of interesting things in here. You can peruse that at more detail at your own leisure. You can find everything once again in my YouTube community page, on Blue Sky, on X Twitter. You'll find it there. On the socials, X and Blue Sky, you'll find this in the comments of the link of the pinned post on my profile. You'll find the donathon information pinned in there, so you can find it easily. And as we go through and achieve all of the various goals, we are going to be adding comments to that post as well, with our milestones crossed off as we achieve them and as we perform them as well. So that's going to be how this is going to all fly. In terms of the duration that this is going to work in, what we're going to do is the donathon is either going to run until the milestone for the graphics tablet is achieved, however long that takes, or if we manage to get to that point before the end of August. If we manage to hit all of our milestone goals before the end of August, then it unlocks the stretch goals, which will be open until the 18th of September. If the end of August rolls by and we have not yet achieved all of the milestone goals, we are going to keep going with the donathon until such time as we hit all of the milestone goals. Okay? If 18 September comes and we have not yet unlocked the stretch goals, then we probably won't be going to the stretch goals at all. So it's very much going to be play by ear in terms of how far we actually try and push this bus up the hill. And we'll see how this pans out. It all depends on you guys in the end. And yes, I really hope for your guys' support in this, but once again, please do not put yourselves in jeopardy. Please do not put yourselves in jeopardy. The deadline is the end of September. Roughly. Like 18 is like sort of mid-September. Sort of mid-September. But yeah, the major deadline, if it takes us like 3 months to hit our main milestone goal of £1,600, then I'm not going to push the bus up the hill any longer. If it takes us like 3 months to get there, then it takes us like 3 months to get there. I'm just going to be very, very, very tired of begging for help at that point. I'm just going to be very, 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 very tired at that point. So we are going to hope and pray that it does not drag out that long. Because I'm going to be very sure that at that point you guys are going to be so sick of hearing about it. But let's try and get this to be as fun an experience for everyone as possible, I think. And yeah, that's my take on it. We want this to be fun. I want this to be fun for you guys. I need it, but I want it to be fun for you. Because at the end of the day, you're watching a VTuber because you want to be entertained. You're not watching a VTuber to be bored out of your brains. So, yeah. Okay. But yes, so that was the marketing spiel, which was basically an hour of yapping. Oh my word. That was unexpected, but okay. Unexpected hour of yapping. Woo! Alright, so I'm just going to close this for now. But yeah, that is starting on the 11th of August. And hopefully it'll be marginally entertaining. Have confidence. Yeah. Confidence is one thing. Naive optimism is another, and I want to be very careful to not fall into the latter category. In any case, we're just going to very quickly do some animation for Navkuchen Mops. So actually this is the wrong kind of canvas. So what I want to do is I want to go I want to go new animation. Okay, that'll do. That'll do the trick. So this is the current status of the 3D model, as we see in this work in progress image. So there are a couple of things that I still need to do to it. I need to make some custom cushions, like there's a custom cushion that needs to go on the chair over there. I want to throw some cushions on the bay window. I need to make some plushies to dot around the room as well, and place, so that needs to happen. There are some custom pot plants that I need to build to further decorate the desk. Make a little plate that's supposed to live over here as well. A water bottle, etc, etc. Still some more stuff that needs to populate the space. And I want to throw a blanket over here somewhere. So that drapery is going to be an interesting thing to model. So that is something that I need to do. But what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be putting together a little animation that we're going to stick on a card that's going to live outside the window to make it look like there's stuff happening outside the window without having to actually model an entire scene outside the room. So that is what we're going to be doing now. And hence the card. So what we want to do is I want to just make I want to make just thinking. I'm going to get rid of that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a screenshot real quick of that. Paste it here. Okay. Grab you. And fill. And grab you. And fill. And duplicate. Grab you. Rotate. Okay. Citrina, hi, welcome in, good to see you. How goes? Okay, so this is going to be a crop mask, and that is going to just give us an idea of where we're working in. So this I'm actually going to animate in Live 2D. Because it's a little bit easier to do this animation in Live 2D than it is to do it in Clip Studio. It goes well, how are you? It is going well, thank you. We have had a productive first part of the evening, doing a couple of sketch commissions. And client is happy, so I'll be able to send those through in the morning. So happiness there. On that front. We have also just spent a little bit of time talking about the donathon, going through a couple of the goals and incentives and such. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting to go through all of those. Just gave it a little bit more of an explanation of how things are going to work and everything. Yippee! Yes, very exciting, very exciting. And now what we're doing is we are looking at an animation that needs to go in this back window of this room so that it looks like there's actually stuff happening outside. So we are just quickly putting together the scene so that we can actually start preparing that artwork. I'm going to animate it in Live 2D and export the video file there, and then import the video file as a plane in Blender with the animation running over the top of it, and that is going to give the impression that there is stuff happening without necessarily having, you know, to model an entire scene outside the window. So it's just a little bit of resource management. Woohoo! Steal methodologies from the game dev people. Whatever you can cheat to make it work and optimized, use. So in terms of what we're going to do here, what we're going to do is we're going to basically, what I want to do actually is I'm going to grab this copy and I'm going to paste this here. It'll be so cool. Yay! Looking forward. Looking forward. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this around about here-ish. Because I'm going to use this as a reference for how I want to actually get the exterior to look outside the window. So now we can see the window. Now what we want to do is we want to add a little bit of scenery. So what we're going to have is we're going to have a little bit of a tree line. The occasional fir tree sticking out between all of the broadleaf trees. Hecky Takey! Hello, hello! Welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. And I think let's do a moon over here. Something like that. Just sort of planning out the foliage here. Because I don't know exactly how it's going to sway yet. How are you? I am doing very well, thank you. And yourself? I hope that you are also having a good day so far. I'm just going to make this broader because I don't know if I'm going to need to have this distorted at a weird angle, so I'd rather have a broader animation than I think I'm going to need. Okay. So that should give us everything that we need to put outside the window. There we go. Yeah, we're doing well. We've been productive this day. Eek. Blah. We've been productive this day. We have got 3 sketches done in terms of a commission. We're busy doing the animation that's going to go inside, outside the window of Napkuchen Mops's room that we are busy putting together. Oh, that's the chibi base that I'm going to not use. So in terms of this room commission that we're busy working on, we're just putting together the animation that's going to go outside there, because it's going to be an animated background. As far as commission scale, it's going to be fun. So yes, we're just quickly putting together that information, and hopefully it'll look decent. Hopefully it'll look decent. I think it should. We're going to animate this in Live 2D because it's slightly easier to do that in Live 2D than it is to do it in Clip Studio for the kind of animation that I want to do. So what I want to do is I actually want to split every tree into its own object. Because I learned from the previous iterations of doing trees that having them all together does not warp easily. So we're gonna put every tree in its own little unit. And I'm gonna start by making a little folder. One is going to be the trunk and one is going to be the foliage, so trunk. And foliage. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate. Collapse, collapse. Duplicate. Duplicate. Okay, that ought to do the trick. So now what we're going to do is we're going to grab colors and start with the sort of a dark ashy color, I think. There we go. Now this scene is a nighttime scene, so I need to keep that in mind as I do the layouts here and the colors. Something like that for this tree. And then foliage, let's grab that. And I'm gonna do a duplicate. Put one behind, one in front. Let's go with that. This brush for a start. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. There we go. Now with the trunk, what we're going to do is we're going to have a multiply. density of paint. Let's bring this up to like 60, because it's currently not very user friendly. Press really hard and I don't like that. Okay, that'll do the trick. That'll do the trick. There we go. First tree. First tree. Second tree. Something like that. There we go. There we go. Okay. Second tree. Duplicate. Drop that there. Alright, next. There we go. I have no idea how much of this trunk is actually going to be visible in the end, so... Something like that would do the trick. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, that works, that works. Let me think. Duplicate that again. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, apply on your safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. And add more texture. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, that works, that works, that works. What I do want to do though is I want to take this, rasterize it, and I want to go to our gradients, and I want to go to the night sky gradient, and I want to go like so. Already gives us a lot more information of what we're actually doing. And let's put our moon down. Okay, I think that should be enough for our 8 should be enough for our front row. And then what we can do is we can do a sort of a terrain. And I'm just gonna do a dark block out here quickly. Yep, undo. Oh. Just put this on a multiply for a second. There we go. And go foreground to transparent. Something like that. Okay, that'll do, that'll do, that'll do. Now, no. I'm gonna change those colors after I'm done. Putting down our trees. So, duplicate, foliage, down. A multiply in place, okay. That will work. Something like that ought to do as well, okay. Okay. Yeah. Then here, add more texture. That works, that works, that works, okay. That works, that works, that works. Okay. I'm gonna want to put this one pretty close to the top of the list, actually. Okay, nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. What's this? This should do the trick, this should do the trick. I put it back here. It does actually read sort of like a really big tree. And this one forward. There we go. And let's duplicate that. Back. Add multiply. Okay. Also, let's throw another big one down here. Really just want to get some variation in how these trees look and feel. There we go, there we go. too bright. Okay, that'll do the trick, that'll do the trick. I'll just make sure that I center stuff inside of there. Make this a normal layer again. Grab that, make it really close to black. I'm not happy with this gradient actually, I want it to be... That's better, that's better. That looks more nightish. Group. All these trees. Okay. Grab that color. Yep, grab that color. And go fill, clip, multiply. Here, grab white. It's a bit big. Okay, there's our moon, sorted. Now that can go away. This is gonna be our overlay. Okay, now what we need to do is actually, I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna duplicate this a bunch of times. Okay, I don't actually need this top one, so that and number 8 goes away. Drop one of these individually over each of these folders. There we go. And now duplicate, make them glow dodge, clear, 100%. Okay, clear that, I'm not happy. Something like that ought to do the trick, yes. There we go, there we go. There we go. Okay, that works, that works, that works. Now if we show our terrain. Now what I want to do is I want to go add a new layer, call this one stars. Add glow. Okay, it's a little bit dense. Okay, that'll do the trick. There we go. So now we'll be able to add a simple breeze loop to this in Live 2D, and that should give us a good scene to put outside the window. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go print screen. And I'm going to send this through as a proof of concept, very briefly. Proof of concept to check if it is in fact okay. Hi Nappy. Here is an update on the outdoor scenery pre-animation. And what I want to do is I actually want to make a little bit of a mock-up quickly. So I want to grab this screenshot from over here. Copy image. And save that. There we go. Grab that one. And what I want to do is I want to go merge visible to new layer. Okay. Copy. And paste this in there. And what I want to do is I want to grab this slot and just clear that temporarily, and just make a little bit of a mock-up real quick of how this is probably going to look outside the window. In practice. So, I'm not happy with that because the moon sits in a less than pleasant place. I want it to be more in the big window. So I want to put that there. Something like that. Uh-huh. Okay. No! Don't do the dumb. Thank you. Okay. I just wanted to update you. With a mock-up of the outdoor scene pre-animation. And what it currently looks like with with what I have for the outdoor scene pre-animation, and what it currently looks like placed in the window. Mock-up. May vary slightly on actual input. Paste. And that's the hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. There we go. Oh. Okay, that's goals achieved. That's goals achieved for this day. That's goals achieved for this day. I'm a happy camper. I'm a happy burb. Okay. File. Save as. Before I accidentally lose that, we need to go to permissions. Number picture maps. Stream screen. This is gonna be tree line. Dot clip. Save. There we go. That should give us enough to work with. Okay. It's done. That should give us enough to work with. Okay, there we go. And that then will animate into something that looks roughly like that, with a little bit of breeze in the trees afterwards. I'm probably going to want to animate the lava lamp too. Maybe. I'm probably going to want to animate the lava lamp too. I can. I think I can anyway. Should be able to. I think. it's not separated in such a way that I shouldn't be able to animate, blah blah. Okay, but yeah, it's gonna look roughly like this for now. We'll see if that outdoor scenery gets approved. And then I'm going to export these and glaze them and send them off to client. Big progress was made, I think. Sketches were done. A tree line has been produced. And we had a good yap session, so I'm a happy camper. I'm a happy camper. So, to everyone who has been lurking, thank you guys so much for spending the time with me. To everyone who's in the VOD squad as well, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It has been a 4.5 hour stream. Actually, still shorter than usual. Still significantly shorter than usual. But I think we've achieved the goals for the day, and I want to keep some brain juice so that I can just finish exporting the things that I need to export and glazing those and sending those off here still this evening. And then yeah, we will continue with another batch of sketches tomorrow. And we'll see what else I do to fill up that time as well. We'll see when we get there. We'll see when we get there. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of evening. And yes, if it is the morning for you, hope you have a good morning. And until next time, everyone, cheery bye. Rest well when you get to it.